Okay. Let's see. We'll actually be going live today. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Markowsky, and welcome to my studio. Today, we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my personal favorite artists. And of special note, we're going to be looking at an artist of Ukrainian heritage, which I also share as well. So this episode means a great deal to me personally. We're going to be looking at the art of Tymofiy Boychuk, or Tymko Boychuk, which was, I think, the name that he was known by his friends. Tymofiy is sort of like Timothy in English. And he is actually not the most well-known of the Boychuk family. His brother is far more well-known and is really one of the most important artists in Ukrainian history. Tymko himself lived a very short life, died at the age of 26 of tuberculosis. But as we sort of begin a series of episodes dedicated to Ukrainian artists, this artist, I think, is a great place to start because I just love this painting. I love this image. And it touches on all sorts of different themes related to Ukrainian history. And the imagery is, quote-unquote, very Ukrainian. So it just seemed to me to be a good place to start, because some of the other images we're going to look at over the next little while, and artists have made art that, you know, might not necessarily be Ukrainian on the face of it. We might not, it could have been made by lots of other different people. So I thought maybe, you know, let's kind of start at a very... we'll go right to the heart of the matter, I think, here. Okay, so this is the painting we're about to do. Let's just take a look at the plan for today's episode. We're going to begin getting an image onto the canvas. Now, you could draw this, but I have created a template for you to use if you'd like to use that. Then we're going to get some paint on the canvas. We're going to stain the canvas here. And then we'll take a look at Tymofiy Boychuk's biography of what little there is in English to look at, and then we're going to start the painting process. And often we sort of start at the background, work our way to the foreground, boing, 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 boing. I will say today's going to be probably a longer episode. It won't surprise me if we go over 3.5 hours. Just because of the way that this painting was made, and so it just takes a little bit longer. I wouldn't say it's maybe a particularly complex painting. Like, if you have the outline, it's just a matter of patience to accomplish this particular painting. So I hope you I look forward to seeing those of you that attempt this painting and see how they turn out. So before we get going, just remember to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you're new to the channel, the notification bell helps keep you updated when new episodes are going to go live. And if you want to support the channel, here's a few ways that you can make a small donation. Okay, and all those links are in the description below. So let's get to the image transfer. And how do we get an image onto the canvas? Now, we could just sketch this out, but I think it's going to be much easier if we use the template that I'm providing to you for free. So let's take a look. Here's, in the description below, you'll see a link to the Dropbox folder. In the Dropbox folder, you're going to see, I think there's 170 folders in here. The first folders at the very top are our easiest files related to the intro painting course. So the first 5 episodes, just learning how to use a color wheel and mix basic colors. And then you're going to see these are pretty simple paintings that I think most people can do. And you'll see here's Sonia Delaunay, one of the great Ukrainian artists throughout history. And then there's a number of other ones that we're going to be tackling here over the next few months. And so these are all very simple paintings that anyone can do. And then you're going to see all of these other artists from all over the world, all sorts of cultures, all sorts of genders and ages, etc. So if you don't particularly are not interested in today's painting, there's a lot to keep you busy. And so we'll scroll all the way down here. Whoa, all the way down. And here we are, Tymofiy Boychuk. And in here we've got these 3 files. There's the original painting itself, as well as 2 versions of the outline. So you just download these and print it off on your printer here at home. So let's do that. Now, this is what it looks like. And I've got a stack. Here's all of the paintings coming down the pipeline over the next few months. That not all of them are in the Dropbox, because I like to try to tease people and keep them keep things a little bit fresh. But so let's get this image onto what I'm going to use here is a 9x12 sized canvas board. Right? You can buy these at the dollar store. I've got these from Amazon. There's a link in the description if you want to buy the exact one from Amazon. And then I've also put some white gesso on here. Just you can buy gesso from your local art supply store. The reason why I do that typically before each painting is that it helps me get a really nice smooth surface. And in a painting like this with a lot of detail, the smoother the surface, the easier it is to paint. Almost no canvases that you get from an art supply store, they'll come pre-gessoed, so they'll come and they'll look white. But I put an additional coat of gesso over top of it, and then I'm going to sand it here with some 220 grit sandpaper, which I've stapled to this end of a 2x4. I'm just going to mute the microphone for a second because it gets... Okay, and then you could see, right, that was all on the surface of this painting, and now it's much smoother. That's just going to make my experience working on this painting a lot more enjoyable, right? It does, I usually do this with a sander. I have like 50 of these paintings already pre-gessoed, ready to go. And I go outside and I sand them all at the same time, because you really don't want to be doing this inside your house and getting all that powder all over the place. You don't want it in your lungs. And considering Tymko Boychuk died of tuberculosis, it just sort of is a good reminder of good lung health, right? And it is interesting just thinking about... Well, we'll talk a little bit more about Tymko Boychuk's biography, but he died of tuberculosis, which was a disease that was known as sort of the White Plague, because of the kind of the look that people got before they died. Their skin would go all white, and it was a really horrible thing, and a lot of people contracted tuberculosis. Not everyone died of it, but it also was one of the first diseases to that a vaccine was developed to help, which saved millions upon millions of lives. So there's some kind of parallels to what's going on in the world today with COVID, right? And that some people are more susceptible to this airborne illness than others. Okay, so I'm going to trace most of the lines, but not all. Like, I'm not going to bother doing all of the leaves in the trees here, but I will do these little apples, right? This is an apple tree after all. So I'll do those. But these little leaves in the trees, you know, I can kind of play that a little bit by ear. And, you know, it's details like this that could end up occupying us for a long time. So we just want to sort of think about how we can work on this painting in a reasonable period here without getting kind of bogged down into tiny little details, because this painting is also much bigger. I can't remember the exact dimensions of this painting, which I'm sure Pascal, who I see is watching right now, I'm sure he's probably already on it, because he's always so quick to find out all of that information. But this is painted as a fresco, so it is. It wouldn't surprise me if these figures were probably not life-size, but quite close. Maybe half the size of a, so maybe a meter high, maybe more. Which is, we'll get into Tymko's biography here, but that was sort of one of the things that he was doing shortly before he died, because that's one of the main life projects that his brother had, was to create large monumental paintings, as he called them, dedicated to Ukrainian life and history. So, what's in this painting, it's more than just two people picking apples. It's kind of both an illustration of life in Ukraine, and I think that we can also read some allegorical kind of aspects to this painting about, the history of Ukraine being a primarily agricultural nation. Ukraine has 1/3 of the Earth's fertile soil, and maybe soul as well, right? Which is just kind of mind-boggling, that 1/3 of the soil that we use to grow the food that we eat exists in Ukraine, right? Like of course, there's lots of other soil all over the place, but not all of it is all that great. And so one of the big tragedies about Russia's war invasion in Ukraine is that there's going to be, probably not this year, but next year, massive food shortages all over the world, particularly in North Africa and Eastern Europe. Like, so for instance, Turkey gets 80% of its wheat from Ukraine. And, Yemen gets, I think, 70%, so it's, right now is the season for planting the future harvest, which will be harvested, in summer or late fall. And obviously, farmers in Ukraine have other things to do right now. Many of the women have left the country already, and many of the men have been conscripted into the army to fight off the Russian invaders. So, there's lots of countries have food for right now, but come September, November, December, we're going to start seeing some appalling food shortages all over the world. And so this catastrophe that, is at the moment arguably limited to Ukraine is going to expand far beyond that over the next 6 months or so, which is, just another aspect of this whole tragic circumstance, etc. So, almost done here. So just before I peel off the paper, I just always take a little double check to see if there's anything that's really missing that I need to complete. You can see lots of little details like in the fingers and stuff. That I'm not so concerned about. Just gonna do those eyes. Okay, I think that's good enough. So I'm gonna keep this. You know, I often, you know, it's not usually on camera, but often I just sort of have it maybe a little bit above, in front, or to the side. Because sometimes I find it easier for me personally to paint along to the outline that I did to the image sometimes, because I spend a lot of time on these outlines, and sometimes details can be a little bit hard to see in the painting, and I'm zooming in when I'm doing the outlines to see those details. And sometimes I just end up making a choice where I can't see those details, so you know, it's up to you however you want to use the outline. I know some people don't use it at all, and because maybe they don't have a printer, etc. Anyway, so that's our outline. We've got that on the canvas. Let's move on to the painting process. Okay, so the next step we're going to do is apply the first layer of paint. That's called the Imprimatura. The Imprimatura is the first layer of paint. And there's many different ways to accomplish this. Maybe before I even do this, so that we're on the same page when I talk about colors that I'm using, this is literally the exact names of the paint that you're going to see me use for the next few hours here. So if I'm talking about using a cool yellow or a cool blue or some white or a red or warm red, or the difference between a warm red and a cool red, these are the colors I'm going to use. Now I'm not sponsored by Amsterdam Paint or Royal Talons, which is their big brand name. But this is what I'm using. So if you, and I think the Amsterdam is pretty good. It's like a student grade paint, so it's not the best, but it's not the worst, and for price-wise, I think it's a pretty good deal. If you want a much higher quality paint, here's Golden. Golden is sort of one of the standards here in North America, as well as Liquitex. Although this is a Liquitex sort of student grade, there is, I think, Liquitex Pro, or I don't know what they call it, or Liquitex Studio or something. Winsor & Newton, they're a little bit more common in Europe. Artist Loft, this is Michael's Art Supply, that chain. That's their in-house brand. Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, much more common in Europe, and Daler-Rowney as well. Daler-Rowney is more famous, along with Winsor & Newton, for their oil paints. Anyway, so those are just so that we're on the same page as to what color I'm going to use, because right now I'm going to break out some of my yellow paint, because this is typically the process that I use to start my paintings. Now, this is definitely not how Tymofiy Boychuk would have started his paintings. I'm 100% confident. So it begs the question, why am I doing this? Just because I've been doing this for a while, and for the sake of consistency throughout all of these Master Study episodes, this is how I like to begin. But it's also a personal preference to use this sort of golden warm yellow, because I think it gives the paintings a kind of a nice warm glow throughout. So you don't have to do this. Typically artists would apply like a rusty red, brownish kind of color, or a wash. And the Renaissance artists like Leonardo da Vinci, who really popularized this technique, did this as a way to kind of actually speed up the process of painting. Again, not using this warm yellow. This is a simplification of what artists would typically do, just so that when we begin this painting here together, I'm not sitting here mixing a brown and doing all that stuff right off the bat. I can just squeeze some yellow right out of the tube. So you could get a brown tube from your art supply store and do this, or you could mix the color. We've done that many times before. I've done that as demonstrations. Sometimes if I'm doing multiple paintings, I'll do one, you know, as in a traditional way versus this kind of method, just so that people can see the difference. And by the end, there is a difference, but the difference is so minuscule that I'm sure if you showed it to a number of people, like you just walk down the street and say, hey, what's the difference between these two paintings? People will be, I mean, I don't know. I have no clue. So that's why I do this, because again, there is a difference. Is it a noticeable difference? Depending on who you talk to, right? So I'm always, you know, with these episodes trying to think of like what is the, you know, the fastest way that we can achieve something of quality that you can be proud of, right? So this is the solution after many episodes that I've sort of come to. Okay, so now this, while this is drying here, we'll yeah. So while this Imprimatura is drying, let's take a look at the biography of Tymofiy Boychuk, and also while we're talking about Timofey's life, we'll also kind of look a little bit at his brother's life, because his brother is really the name that is probably mostly going to come up if you start looking up this artist. Now, maybe before I do that, I should just also mention that I strongly encourage you, if you haven't already, to join the Facebook group. Again, the link is in the description below, and this is an awesome community, many of whom are watching right now and leaving comments in the comment section here, because there's awesome stuff that people are uploading, let alone the fact that I spend a couple of hours before each episode writing a little biography to help guide us as we begin each episode. But I haven't looked. Oh my goodness, that is awesome, Richard. A Leonard Cohen painting. And Alex, look at that. I love these drawings, Alex, you're posting here. And Sandra just finished her Veggie Man, the Arcambaldo painting. We started this painting back in, what, September or October or something. And it's great to see that finished. Okay, wow, awesome. Oh, and by the way, I'm still going to replace Tuesday's Marc Chagall episode with the full version. I just haven't had a chance to do all that editing here. Okay, so let's look at this great artist. So it's also, maybe I can also, should I pull up the map? So I think it's helpful to take a look at so this is the region. There's 24 oblasts or provinces in Ukraine, of which Ternopil is one of them. Ternopil is right close to the Polish border here. Here's Lvov, and so one of the things I want to do eventually is to do maybe a short episode on its own, just on Ukrainian history, because I've been thinking over the past month, but especially over the past few weeks, just about like how complex the history of Ukraine actually is. Because Ukraine is the second largest country in Europe after Russia. It's a big country. It's the size of Texas in the United States, and you know, you can fit France and a little bit of Germany into Ukraine. It's a big country, and it's got a long history, and Ukraine is sort of at this, is like the fulcrum point really between East and West, between, you know, what we consider to be Europe or Western Europe, and then the east being Russia and China, India, etc. And because of that, Ukraine has been invaded and occupied dozens and dozens of times by pretty much everyone from all over the world. So right now, Russia is the one invading Ukraine, but there's been the Vikings came down. There was the Lithuanian Polish Commonwealth. There was the Mongols. I mean, it's so Ukraine has been historically one of the most contested lands in the history of the world, really. And so I don't know. I guess I was thinking, where is Tymofiy from, or the Boychuk family from? So from western Ukraine. So much so that actually, when his brother Mikhailo was born, he was actually born into the Austro-Hungarian Empire, right? Because again, that's another empire that occupied Ukraine at some point. So Mikhailo Boychuk was by far more well known than Tymofiy, but and was, I think, 16, 17 years older than Tymofiy was, right? So he's born in 1882. Tymofiy was born in 1896, right? So 14 years later is when the younger brother was born. And it might be worth just sort of, I'm going to do a whole episode on Mikhailo, but it is maybe just worth thinking about a little bit briefly about his biography, because it plays a big role in the younger brother's life. So Mikhailo was, from a young age, was very interested in making art and studied at various different major art schools, and moves to Paris in 1907, befriends the group of artists known as Les Nabis. And Les Nabis was, is there any information? There isn't, but Les Nabis was a group of artists that basically saw Paul Gauguin as like the greatest artist of all time. Paul Gauguin being a good friend of Vincent van Gogh, and the reason Van Gogh cut his ear off, long story short. Les Nabis, Pierre Bonnard, Maurice Denis, Felix Vallotton, right? These are pretty major artists in terms of French art history and art history more broadly, maybe less well known outside of France, for instance, but Bonnard particularly. So anyway, Boychuk became really good friends with that very specific circle of French painters, and he exhibited his work as part of the Salon des Indépendants, which had been started by the Impressionists. And so when Boychuk returned to Ukraine after his about 3.5 years in Paris, he returned as as a major celebrity, right? It's I don't know what you would compare it to, of like here in Canada, for instance, often actors like Ryan Reynolds, right? He goes to Hollywood, makes a name in Hollywood, comes back to Canada, and is like a god here in Canada, right? Or Seth Rogen, or Jim Carrey, Celine Dion, etc., right? So you can imagine I think maybe Celine Dion is a great example, because that's the kind of celebrity that he achieves by the time he returns to Ukraine, and he establishes the Ukrainian State Academy of Arts, which becomes really one of the most powerful art schools around, at least at the beginning. And he's so well known that a movement forms called Boychukism, and Boychukism is a kind of an amalgam of Ukrainian folk art, or like outsider art, the art made by people who don't have a formal art education. So the kind of art that people are making in their own homes, that have no desire or expectation of exhibiting in museums, etc. So Mikhailo Boychuk sort of took that folk art approach, of which folk art isn't just one way, but just sort of that concept, which is not too dissimilar to Chagall. We talked about Chagall the other day. And then he blends it with this Byzantine approach to painting. And Byzantine is sort of this, is like an Eastern Roman Orthodox, I don't know, there must be information about, yeah, Byzantine art here, which I think, long story short, so just to give you an idea, this Byzantine art is almost exclusively like Catholic, Christian, like religious art, right? So what Boychuk does is sort of fuses folk art with this, like, almost sort of a medieval painting approach. So it's like a modern medieval style of painting, which I think is exemplified almost like textbook material with this painting, right? We see all of the like, if someone had said this painting is 700 years old, you would probably convince a great number of people that, yeah, that's kind of looks, it could be, especially the way it's painted, the way it's composed. You know, the clothing sort of is a giveaway that this is not from that particular period of time. But these are also very traditional Ukrainian costumes, clothing. So so this is like a great example of the older Boychuk's whole approach to painting and his thinking about what art should be. And of course, the younger Boychuk, who painted that painting, was, you know, under the great influence of his brother, right? So if we kind of go back and finally talk about Timofey's life here, I haven't read any of this. So he grows up in this small village, you know, 14 years, he's born 14 years after his older brother, who you know, I'm sure he's getting letters, you know, every few months from Mikhailo from all over, whether he's in Poland or Paris. And he's sort of, there's like the legend of his brothers growing and growing and growing. And it's probably not a surprise that his brother, who's becoming a famous artist abroad, you know, the younger brother is like, oh, man, this would be kind of cool to be an artist. Like, look how he's doing it. That this is something you can do, right? And so I think at age 18, he leaves home and moves to just outside of Kiev, sorry. Kiev is the Russian pronunciation of Kyiv. Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. Timofey goes to this church outside of Kyiv where Mikhailo is doing the restoration of a number of the frescoes inside this ancient church, right? We have to remember that, like, Ukraine is a very old country. In fact, you know, Kyiv was established over 1,000 years before Moscow even existed. 1,000 years, right? Which is why what's going on in the world right now is just so bizarre. But, one of the things Mikhailo's doing is he has this nationalist spirit. He wants to work towards Ukrainian independence, because Ukraine, again, has been just occupied endlessly for thousands of years by outside powers. And one of the things is, you know, wanting to kind of freshen up all of the great frescoes in these great churches. And through that process is sort of, you know, it's connecting him to the historical culture of that area. And so Timofey comes to this church and assists his brother, who's now mentoring him on traditional fresco painting processes and practices. And later on, as I said, I think, was it 1917 establishes the Ukrainian Academy of the Arts, where he teaches fresco painting, which is, fresco painting, by the way, is how Michelangelo painted the Sistine Chapel, right? It's a type of mural painting. And so, anything else I want to say here? There's, so after, also right around this time, very shortly after Tymofiy comes to Kyiv, or just outside of Kyiv to work with his brother, the World War I breaks out. Actually, Mikhailo takes off and goes to, I think, Moscow around that time, and he's actually arrested and imprisoned as being a Austro-Hungarian, not necessarily as a spy, but just there's now a war between Russia and the Austro-Hungarian Empire and France and England. Everyone's in the mix, and so it's actually it takes a while for Mikhailo to get out of prison, and he returns to Kyiv, and there is this brief moment, after, I don't know how to get all into World War I, but one of the things that happens is basically Eastern Europe, Russia, Ukraine, during World War I, all throughout Europe, there's massive unemployment, and economies are crashing all over the world, beyond the fact that now there's a war going on. So Russia and some of the countries it's allied with, like Ukraine, sort of withdraw from the war, and there's a revolution that takes place. And for a short period of time, Ukraine achieves its independence in 1918. For about 2 years, Ukraine finally becomes an independent country, and that's very short-lived. And I mean, the story of that period of time, 1917 to 1925 in Ukraine, is so complex that it's not even worth attempting to explain, just because there are so many factions that form that it's just complete chaos in Ukraine. And it's sort of a wonder that anything came out of it, because it's like the axis for all sorts of powers are sort of trying to grapple with this country, which, as I said, is the greatest agricultural country in the world. So there's a tremendous amount of power and money that resides within Ukraine until to this day, right? It's sadly after in 1922. 1922, Tymofiy dies of tuberculosis, which is this disease that has been killing people for centuries. But there's sort of like these resurgent kind of waves. Does it remind you of anything today? These resurgent waves that again kind of plows through the Europe, and Amedeo Mondigliani, who we're going to be painting a couple of paintings of his over the next few months. He dies around the very same time as Tymofiy. Franz Kafka dies a few years later. The great author D.H. Lawrence dies a few years later. Anton Chekhov, the Russian playwright, died around maybe a few years before all of this. But it's just, there's lots of turmoil. So there's this tragic end to this artist who's just beginning to take flight. And again, we're going to talk more about Mikhailo Boychuk's life in a future episode. But he goes on to do more and more. He becomes more and more active in the Ukrainian nationalist independence movement. And in fact, I'm not even going to go too much further into that, but suffice to say, in 1937, Stalin has Boychuk executed along with his wife a few months later, and as part of this great purge, there's and Boychuk becomes sort of one of the figureheads of what is sort of considered now the executed Renaissance. This group of mostly Ukrainian artists who were creating this real nationalist or unique identity for Ukraine in that revolutionary period in 1918 to 1930, who are then executed by Stalin as part of trying to keep Ukraine as part of the Soviet Union and within the sphere of influence of Russia. Okay, I think that's enough. I could just go on and on and on about all these things, but I think that gives us a little bit of a background for today's artist. Okay, so typically what we do next is what's called the underpainting, where we do a little bit of line work on a painting and try to kind of maybe do a little bit of outlining. There is a lot of lines in here. I think I'm going to skip that step for this particular painting, just because the detail here, I mean, could be a little bit overwhelming. And you could do, like, because what we're going to do now is we're just going to start painting over top of everything. If you are really anxious about, should I do this? Let's get some paint on the palette. And I don't usually, when I'm painting, I don't often do much underpainting at all, just because I've been painting for a long time and I have a certain amount of confidence that I'll be able to kind of work things out if things do get kind of busy or covered with paint. But I also have to just remember, not everyone has not everyone has had the experience that I've had. I think if we were going to do any painting, underpainting, we would probably want to think about doing that around places like faces and hands, areas that will definitely get covered with paint and could be obscured a little bit. So all these tubes are starting to approach their life ends, so you could see sometimes now I'm having to take the lid off to really get, sometimes the lids are fused shut. Okay, so there's my paint on the palette. And as I've mentioned before, but it's just worth mentioning, is, you know, at the end of my painting sessions, I've been painting on top. This is a painting we made, or we began, many months ago. This is based on a work by an American artist named J. DeFeo, and so you can look up her work, D-E-F-E-O, I think, I can't remember, J. DeFeo, anyway. And this is a painting called The Rose. I don't think I still haven't written on the back here. I gotta put this aside, remember to do that. But anyway, why I brought this up is if you got extra paint on here, this is what I do. I just smear it on here, because that's the way that she built up her painting. Her painting was a monumental size, this gigantic thing. Okay, I think I am, just since I've mentioned it, going to do a little bit of mixing of a darker color that I can do a little bit of outlining with, just as a demonstration. I'm not really going to do much of it. So I'm taking my warm red and my cool blue and mix those up. When we mix these together, we get a kind of a very muted purple. Right? It's a purple, but it's not a really, you know, pleasant looking purple. It's like a very dark eggplant kind of color. If I take a little bit of yellow, my cool yellow particularly, and mix this into here, it's going to turn this purple into a very dark grayish color. In fact, just put a little more. And you could really use any color to do your underpainting with. You don't have to use, you could use a green, you could use a blue, you could use orange or black, red, doesn't really matter. I'm just showing a little bit about how to actually just do that process. And so I'm just going to do a little bit of this, maybe just around some of the faces, but because that might be where some people get a little bit lost. So how about let's zoom in. So I'm just going to take this paint, right? Still have this paintbrush, so just wiping this on a cloth. I'll just use this as my portable mini palette. And then I might just do a little quick outline, because the point of this is to help me if I get paint covers up, let's say the face, that I'll be able to find where the eye is, for instance, where the nose goes. All right, so I might do that. This hand. Maybe just a little bit more, right? So what the whole purpose is just to help make these lines, or at least the purpose at this for the way that we're using underpainting, is to maybe help make sure that some of these lines stay visible later on. I think I'm going to leave it like that. You could do much more. You could do the whole thing like this. It would just add like maybe 45 minutes or more to the whole process, and I don't really know if all of them are that important, because, you know, especially, let's say, the tree and the background, like, those might be areas that we might want a little bit of flexibility to, and having it all kind of set in stone might be just take away some fun, perhaps. It might, I don't know, it just depends on your own temperament and such. Okay, so let's back out again. And okay, so the first step that I'm going to do is to start putting some color in the background. And by background, when I'm talking about this painting, I mean the sky, the tree, I suppose, and the grass that we see surrounding them, and the sort of river that's winding its way around. And then for our purpose, we'll say that the figures are in the foreground, right? Even though technically the tree is sort of you know, almost on the same plane as the figures are, but I think just for our purpose, we'll make that division, because really the reason why we're going to go foreground, background, foreground, background, foreground is so that at the very end we get a little bit sharper lines of the figures that are in the foreground, and to kind of just create that little bit of a separation between them and the background, so they're just a little bit cleaner edges. Okay. Oh, you guys are so awesome here. Look at all of the great comments. Okay. So, for our background color, we generally want to put in our cool colors in the background, warm colors in the foreground. Now, I'm just thinking to myself, how much of what would Tymofiy Boychuk have been aware of some of those principles of painting? I'm sure his brother would have been more than well familiar with that. As for Tymko here, less so. But so if we look at this color in the sky, that is a little bit warmer. I mean, it's probably like a cobalt blue, which exists kind of in between these colors, right? So, you know, this is our warm blue, this is our cool blue. The color that I see in this painting in the background is maybe a little bit in between, which we can do by just sort of mixing these colors a little bit. I think, though, for our first pass at this, what I want to do is use my cool blue almost exclusively with some white. And then we can do a little mix of another color over top of it. But just to kind of establish the cooler color in the background, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to take some white, maybe not all of that, but that way I don't have to scoop out of here with a dirty paintbrush later. Take some of this blue. And okay, the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a little bit of matte medium. And matte medium is just clear paint. It's paint with no pigment in it, so it'll dry 99% clear. There'll be a little bit, it might have a tiny, slightly foggy quality to it, but it's intended to be mostly clear, right? So I'm just adding this in here to thin this paint out, because I don't want to just totally obliterate the warm yellow that I've put down there, or whatever color you've used if you have in fact put a color down. Just because what's the point of putting it there if we just do our best to get rid of it, right? So I want still a little bit of light to penetrate all the way down to the bottom surface of this painting. And technically we could do several coats of this paint if we really wanted. And maybe add a little bit of warm blue to it as we go. Not exactly sure just at the moment how I want to approach this, but so you can see that it's a little bit patchy, that we see some of that warm yellow, which we would not see quite as much. We might see a little bit of that if we didn't put the matte medium in there, but certainly not as much as we see now. And if you did want to get rid of the yellow entirely because you didn't like that look, which I could see some people think, I just don't like that. Then if you don't like it, you don't have to live with it. You could just add more white in there, take the matte medium right out, and it would be gone. But I kind of like that, right? Looks kind of like the Ukrainian flag right now, oddly enough, right? I mean, I could see someone doing a painting like this and keeping it in this very kind of monochromatic palette using just blues and yellows. That would be fun. That would be if I had more time, I would do a little, that could be a fun little challenge to try to make this whole painting with just blue and yellow. Anyway, the fun things that come up as you're working on a painting, right? So, you see, as I start kind of picking at it, things that are kind of semi-dry, I start kind of just wiping that paint off. So once you've done a little bit there, you don't want to fuss with it too much, just let that sit and dry. While that's drying, let's move on to the grass and the tree. So let's paint the grass first, because there's some of these my underpainting lines are just a little wet. Oh, you got to notice these little bits. There's this little gap between the arm and her body, where the sky comes through. See, those are the kind of things that sometimes I don't notice until like an hour later, and I'm like, how did I miss that? So hopefully some of you are a little more perceptive than I was, but that's good to notice it now. If you miss it later on, it's just, you might want to think about applying some of these same sort of, going back and putting the same color there so that these two match and you don't have like a different blue here than you see elsewhere. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to take some of this color, actually. I'm going to put it over here, and I'm going to take some of this cool yellow and mix it right in. And maybe we need a little bit more yellow. So now we get this really nice green. And again, I'm going to put a little bit, I don't have to put quite as much. A little bit of matte medium there is just going to make it a little bit thinner so that, again, we keep some of this warm yellow that we established earlier. And let's just actually take a look. We'll do a little test with this paint here. That is a lot more electric. You know what? I'm just going to paint it. I'm going to use it. And we can always modify things. Just for the sake of simplicity, this is not really the exact right color. I think we'd actually want something a little bit warmer. But we are, this is just the first coat of this green anyway, right? Although I could see some people trying to go directly to the green that he used for this purpose. Right, like, I mean, basically, to do this painting, the way it was done is using a fresco technique, which couldn't be more different than what we're doing here. I mean, there's so little in common with fresco painting and easel painting, which is what we would sort of consider what we're doing right here. Is, even though I'm not painting on an easel, technically this is kind of easel painting, or at least using many of the techniques associated with easel painting. You know, easel being, you know, the device that people put their canvases on so they can sit upright, right? Just so that I don't, not to be condescending, but, you know, there's sometimes not everybody knows what I'm talking about, so I don't want people to feel left out. You know, not everyone has the same shared vocabulary, right? At least I'm always the person in a classroom who's constantly putting their hands up and saying, can you explain what that is? I have no idea what that is. I've never heard that term before. Or even if sometimes, you know, we hear a word and you're still kind of like, I just don't know what that means. Can somebody explain it? So I should also mention, if you're kind of looking like what is going on here, the original painting that I had quite a hard time finding a high resolution version of this painting, and so I've done a little bit of Photoshop magic, especially on the edges, to kind of clarify things, because the highest resolution version I could find was actually cropped quite tightly. So I did some little bit of work to kind of clarify things. So I don't know, this is sort of my the one that I'm painting is sort of my attempt to kind of resolve that kind of confusion, so for better or worse. How should I do this? I'm always tempted just to paint over things, let's say like these apples, and then just to paint white or something over top of them later. But I think I'll just do the slightly longer process of painting around them. Because that's always the conundrum when you're making a painting, is like, okay, I could save 5 minutes now by doing this technique, but that might mean I end up spending time. In fact, I'm going to paint this tree green, because we're going to paint it brown, and basically there's green inside of brown anyway. So this is just gonna might save me a little bit of time trying to paint that. It's like that first layer of brown, just as long as it's not too dark of a green. But I mean, we could try painting like a red glaze over top of that green tree, and we would probably find it goes close to a brown, right? Which is one of the miracle, magical aspects of painting that makes it seem like a kind of alchemy, right? Which I've talked about before. It's no surprise that a number of artists were into alchemy, because they, you know, if you're sitting in your studio all day long and you're painting something green, and then with just one other color over top of it, that green goes brown, or that blue goes green, or that yellow goes orange, or whatever. When you add just another color over top of it, you'd be like, I wonder what else changes when I just add a little bit of something, a different substance to it. Maybe I could just take this copper, add a little bit of another substance, and boom, I'm gonna have gold, and I'm gonna be rich out of my mind. Okay. Pascal's writing about Giotto, the great painter, one of the great painters of early art history, of yeah, very important painter. Okay. Now that that's done, that first little bit of green, let's maybe paint a brown, since we've got kind of these colors have begun. Where did this come from? There we go. Let's make it kind of a cooler brown. So I'm just going to take some of my cool red. It's cool. It's a cool red. It wears shades, right? Take some of my cool red, mix this into the green, right? And that's a very boring brown. So what if we just take that color, but we're just going to mix it over here on its own. It's magic. Because I think we want a brown that isn't quite so blah, so gray, right? So we take a little bit of that green that was on our brush, and we're just basically now adding like an orange to it. I'm just mixing more and more as I go here. I always think it's a good idea just to mix slowly, add to it. Like, if you get the color you like, you're like, okay, well, then I've got the right combination of colors. I'm just going to multiply my batch. You know, it's like before you make 500 muffins, you make one, and if that one tastes good, you're like, okay, that's good. Okay, at least I know that the recipe works. Whether it works when I scale it up is another thing, but rather than making 500 muffins and then realizing that they taste like salt, or worse. Okay, so that's my brown, and this is a cooler brown, right? We've done this where we want to mix a warmer brown, which we'll do when we paint her shoes and a few other places in this painting, but for our purpose, we want just a slightly cooler brown. And let me get a smaller brush here. I wonder if it's going to be too dark. Not bad, actually. That's going to be fine. So I'm going to paint this over. These are the sort of cliffs. Kind of like the shoreline. I'm kind of applying this kind of thin. I didn't put any matte medium, although there was probably a little bit in that green that was left over, but by this point it's been so diluted with pigment. But, you know, this is also kind of an aspect of fresco painting that is, sometimes it's like the mixtures are a little bit thin, deliberately, because you want to try to keep it as sort of bright and luminous as possible. Okay, now let's do a little test here. Let's take our brown. My green is still a little bit wet, so hopefully I don't ruin this. I really should have blow dried this first, but it is what it is. Oh, I noticed there's some weird rock things down here. I might leave those out for at least now, just to keep things easier for myself. Okay, so I gotta let that paint dry because now I'm scraping some of it off. So that's pretty good. Now you could if you were in a hurry, you could just use this brown and you could paint it in a few other places that need it. I like to try to keep my warm and cool colors in different, you know, spaces in the painting and try to use the cooler colors for the background. It's not going to make a huge difference if you paint it in the foreground, but you know, it's, if you want to try to do it and get the most out of the painting, it's probably worth mixing that brown separately later on, and it's not too much of a hassle to do such. Okay, before I move on, let's paint the water that's kind of snaking around behind these women. So let's just clean this brush here. I love the blue and yellow hearts there, Lolly. Great to see you too. Man, everyone, they got the whole gang back again here in the chat. That's so cool. Okay. So with this blue, I'm just waiting for this to reboot here. Basically what I'm going to do is just maybe mix a little bit. I'm just looking at these colors. That's definitely a much warmer blue. It's basically the same blue that we see up here, but then there's this other blue here. So this looks, maybe this is like the ocean. That doesn't make any. Maybe the Black Sea, and this is a river. I'm not sure what the distinction he's trying to make there. Is this actually a river, or is that like a pathway? I don't know. It's interesting that there are different colors for what I thought, at least it initially, was a body of water, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this blue, I'm going to put a little bit of my warm blue into it, maybe just a little bit more. So you could see this is closer to the final color that would be on top of this, right, in the sky area. Maybe even a little bit more blue, but we're approaching what we would call like a cobalt blue, right? So we have our cyan or cerulean blue, which is our cold blue, our ultramarine blue, which is our warm blue, and the color that exists in between them is, not surprisingly, or to get the color that exists in between these two, is we just mix these two colors, which is why we have this split primary palette. But I think that's good. I don't want to go too dark. A little bit of white in here, and then once again I'm just going to add just a little bit of matte medium, almost a little bit much, but anyway. So I'm going to take this, see, I may put a little bit too much matte medium in there. This is a little on the thin side. But if we want to build up some kind of layers of paint, actually I'm just going to go right across here. I know it's a little bit different than the original, but it's okay to be different. This is just way very transparent. Didn't mean to make it that transparent, but it is what it is. We'll just keep on moving. And sometimes it's nice just to have a little bit of that paint, that color established I mean, if you are in a situation like this where you have over diluted it with matte medium or glazing fluid or slow dry medium or any other medium for that instance, then what I would do is just mix it again beside this and maybe take a little bit of this paint and do it over. But you know, otherwise you're just adding more and more and more paint, and then so now you've got like a big pile of this paint. You're like, I don't know what to do with this now, right? So okay, I think that's, you know, a pretty good beginning to the painting. So the next step I want to do now is to focus on the foreground figures, and maybe even a little bit of the tree, maybe some of the apples in here. So, because we've got the background begun, obviously the colors aren't exactly where we want them to be, and we shouldn't expect them to be there yet. But, so, where should we begin with this? So, I think it's pretty clear. We've got, look at this very bright, warm blue. That's ultramarine blue if I've ever seen it. We've got a slightly faded blue. I mean, it sort of got a denim blue kind of thing going on here. Again, it's warmer than the cobalt blue a little bit in behind here. We've got all these reds. These are warm reds, for instance. Even this, even though it's kind of a darker crimson red, it's still warm. So we got all these warm colors, which really pop those figures forward. So where should we begin? I think, I mean, there's no... let's do the... maybe... I'll do the white. I'm just thinking out loud here, because I'm gonna add to that white. So again, I'm gonna take my white, and where should I? Let's do this right here. Oops. I'm gonna take my white. I'm gonna add a little bit of matte medium to it again. Just a oops, that's more than I expected. Let's take this white. The reason why I'm going to add a little bit of white medium or matte medium to my white is so that, again, I don't obliterate the yellow that I put down there. Not just because I want the yellow to come through, but if I just paint this white right over top of this, I really risk losing all of my pencil lines underneath. So this just is going to give me a little bit of protection from that. And you might be quite more than happy with the results of this, that maybe you don't want to do another layer of white afterwards, right? Because if I just painted that white right here, right now, all of that would just disappear, right? I mean, I'm not sure if you can see all of it, but those lines are all there still. I'll have no problem finding them. And it does have that little bit of, I think, personally, bonus of being able to see a bit of that yellow coming through, which I love that look. I would just much rather see a little bit of yellow poking through than just the boring white of the canvas showing through. I just personally feel that, like, when I just see the white of the canvas coming through, it to me just sort of looks unfinished, or it looks like someone was hurried and or lacked attention to detail or something. Whereas if some of the yellow comes through, or red or brown or whatever color you use as an Imprimatura, it actually just sort of makes it look more complex. It makes it look like there's maybe more going on. You know, it's sort of like a little bit of a poke behind the curtains, as opposed to just like a bare wall, right? So, and people love seeing behind the curtains, right? And it's like, oh, look, I see the actors getting dressed, and I see the producers flipping through the script, and the lighting technicians running around, you know, all those kind of things, the DVD extras on your favorite movie, right? That's my opinion. Take it or leave it. I just noticed another little area that I missed, so get that. Okay, let's do the blue next, I guess, just randomly. So I'm going to take my warm blue. I'm going to add a little bit of matte medium here. That's a lot. Let's just move some of that off to the side there. I find that the blue is already pretty transparent anyway. I'm going to add a little bit of white in here as well, because I find, you know, if we just put this warm blue directly over the warm yellow, what's going to happen is it's just going to go really, really dark, right? And we want it to be dark, but we also want it to be luminous with saturation of color. So a little bit of white is going to help give the paint that's going to go over top of it once this dries something to keep it bright, so it doesn't completely mix in with the yellow behind. Right, so again, that's not the color that we ultimately want there, but it's the color we need. The other thing too is this color might be pretty close to what we want for, let's say, this area of, you know, this more faded denim look of this woman here on the side, right? Potentially. Maybe not entirely. But close. Okay, is that all the blue, that darker blue? I think so. Now we want this one here. I'm going to do this again. I'm just going to take a little bit more white this time. I'm just going to mix it off to the side. And I think we might end up putting a little bit of a cooler baby blue over top of this as well. But the reason I put this bit of a warmer color underneath is just to help keep that cool blue from going backwards in space. Right, so I'm just going to keep it closer to us so it doesn't kind of fall back in behind the sky, for instance. Okay. Pascal's talking about the checkers on the dress on the woman on the left there, about taking, it's going to take a little bit of time. You could speed that up with a little bit of a Posca pen if you like. That would definitely help that area. Let's go to the red now. And just like we did with the blue, I'm just going to add a little bit of white into this paint. So let's paint it right here. So, right, by doing that, this color gets, you know, by adding white to any color, it lightens it, but it also takes away the saturation. Right? It becomes more pastel, so the color on its own will kind of appear to be a little bit further back, you know, as opposed to just being right in the foreground. It'll sort of want to go a little bit further back, but again, we're using this just to make sure that the color that is ultimately here, which will be a much brighter warm red, can really pop with a real nice intensity. Just realized that was her belt, I guess. I'll paint right over some of this white. We'll do her shawl up here. Here. It's interesting, you know, like the shoes that she's wearing, these sort of slightly raised heels. Not quite like a high-heeled boot, but there's definitely a heel to it. All of a sudden it was like, I just asked myself, how long have boots been like that? I mean, I know that historically, like, men often wore boots like that had quite large heels. So, you know, I always think of like high heel, like stiletto shoes as being a fairly recent innovation. But so I'd be just I'm like, oh, that's just a little bit curious. I wonder what the history is there. Okay, so now what I want to do is I'm going to turn this mixture into a flesh tone. I'm going to take some of my warm yellow. So we got warm yellow, we got a little bit of that red, which has kind of gone pink because we put a bit of white in there. We'll probably add a little bit more white here in a second. We'll take a little bit of warm blue. And that turns this into a very light brown. And I like that mixture, but we want it to go more white, right? So maybe let's do this right here. This, we had white here, and there's some medium. That's not bad. It's not exactly the color we want, but again, we'll probably do a second layer of it anyway, so don't have to be perfect the first time around. And I can also just be pretty loose with how I apply it. You can see the benefit of doing a little bit of underpainting, because now I still have at least some idea of where those facial features go. Okay. And you know what? I might be, you know, those flesh colors are not bad, especially because we've got a bit of that warm yellow coming through. It gives it kind of a nice warmth, kind of. So, depending on how things go, I might be more than happy just leaving those colors just like that and just doing some painting over top, like little details like over top of that. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not gonna commit to it now because I still lack the other colors that I'm building around it, which could very much influence the way I think about things. But so speaking of which, let's do a little bit of orange. It's like our warm red and warm yellow. This time I don't think I'm going to put any medium in it, because we have the warm yellow here, so it's not just, it doesn't make sense to try to hide it because I got warm yellow in the paint as well. So now I'm just going to go over these apples. And you know, right now these they're looking a little bit, they look a little bit red, maybe a little bit more, which is not bad for apples. Not quite like the original, but again, it's also very hard to tell. Like, you know, if you're like, oh, I'm way off. I might be bang on right now, but it's because I'm surrounded by this particular green that's surrounding these apples, so they're probably influencing the way that I see this color, which happens all the time in painting. Which is why you can buy there's a card, like so for I have a card that you can use to match paint with, and basically it's just a piece of white paper with a small hole cut out of it. And if you can hold that up or put it down right on top of something to see what the color is, isolated from the colors around it. So I mean, literally, you could just take. In fact, let's just make one. I mean, you could take a hole punch. Right, now we got a little hole that you can use just to kind of put over top of something so that you can see the color for what it is, not the color when it's next to other colors, because that's really hard. It's confusing, right? And even like artists have been painting for decades can struggle with that and use a little tricks like that to help them see the colors as they are. And then, oh, I forgot to do her hair. Or not her hair, sort of ribbon in her hair here. Now there's these like little apples in their baskets. I'm just going to paint them the same color as the ones in the sky. That just sort of makes sense to me. And I'll do this in here. I didn't trace out the apple shapes inside. So and the baskets they're carrying are what on earth color is this? This is some kind of a grayish brown. Not the most beautiful looking color, but I think maybe we could use this color, this kind of brown that we mixed prior. We could use that, and we've got, remember, our gray from before. Just take a bunch of white. So basically what I did here, like if I just took white and added it to my dark color that we used for the underpainting, right, which is basically our black. Remember we made that with cool blue, warm red, and cool yellow, right? That mixture that we've made a million times. You make that, just add a little bit of white to it, it goes gray. But I don't want just a pure gray, I want a gray that's got a little bit of color to it, right? So I want this kind of orangey color in my gray. Right, and I'm not gonna see, it's dangerously close to my flesh tones, so add a little bit, darken it a little bit, and maybe even add a little bit more blue, warm blue in here. There we go. The last thing that I want is to create some kind of confusion where people are like, what is that? Is that a arm? Or I can't really figure out what's going on there. That is sort of like, I think, generally the kind of a negative thing to happen when you're painting. Not that mystery, I wrote my entire graduate thesis at art school on mystery and the importance of mystery when it comes to art, and how like all great artworks have an aspect of mystery that confounds us, you know, whether it be, let's say, the Mona Lisa, and is she smiling or is she not? I don't know, right? Those kinds of little things are what can make a painting live for 500 years or more. So those kind of things are great, but I think, you know, when but a confusion is different than mystery, right? And that's something else I wrote about in that paper, but because sometimes we mistake that, like, oh, you know, because we've all watched a murder mystery that, you know, has lots of twists and turns, and it goes from being like, wow, I don't know what's going to happen next, to this, like, I don't know what's going on. This is like, I just had to give up because I lost track of what, right? So it's very close to being kind of like sucked into a mystery and being like, oh, I'm gonna stay up late and finish this Netflix series, to just being like, I'm giving up on this Netflix series because I've lost complete track of who's who, what's going on, right? Okay. So, I think that's pretty good. Obviously, when we see them side by side, people, especially if someone's tuning in at this exact moment, is like, wow, that is totally off. It looks like a kindergarten kid colored it with crayons, right? Which is, you know, not surprising. Again, we've talked about this many times. Is often people will, you know, if you're working on your own painting and it looks like this, some people are like, what am I doing? It's so wrong. And you just have to be like, okay, the reason I've never seen a painting like this in a museum is because it's unfinished. And we don't usually see unfinished artworks in museums or art galleries on the cover of magazines or etc., right? So you just have to be like, okay, this is just a step in the process. Just like, you know, dough is not a finished bread, right? That's just okay. Just want to make sure. You know, again, it's not uncommon for my paintings for the colors to be a little bit more saturated than they are in real life or in the originals. And that has a lot to do with the palette that we're using. This has all of these colors are quite saturated, right? And especially if we go back to Renaissance period, the colors that Renaissance artists were using were half the saturation that we have today, or maybe even less, right? Okay, so now that we're going back to the background, right? We want to finish the sky, the ground, and maybe most of the tree, I think. So, if we look at the background, I think what we'll do is we're going to take a little bit, we're going to basically sort of mix more of the warm blue with a little bit of cool blue, mix that in and paint that. Although I don't mind that color so much. It's kind of nice. Again, it's kind of got that Ukrainian flag blue, but I think we want something that's a little warmer. Okay. So this paint's still mostly active. So I'm going to add more matte medium in here. I'm going to take more warm blue. And let's just mix this up and see how things look. I didn't mean to get that red in there. It's not bad. I didn't want to just try to avoid getting too much of that in there. Put a little more warm blue in. And then let's just take, I don't foresee myself using this cool blue so much anymore, so let's take some of that. I think we'll need a bit more. I keep getting that red in there. Okay, I'm going to put a bit more matte medium just because I want to keep it a little bit on the brighter side. If it's the only downside of putting maybe too much matte medium for this type of process, or slow dry medium, or glazing fluid, or whatever, Mod Podge, which you could use, not really recommended because it's not really, I don't think, intended for this purpose, but I think it would work, is if we just do too much, then we just do another, or if it's too thin, we'll just do another layer later. So I'm actually going to probably just brush this all the way down. And I think I'll do especially another layer up top. You can see the shape of this tree has now become very simplified. I haven't gotten all the nuance of the leaves. So that's going to be something I do with the oh, it's not even on this camera. That's something I'm going to do with when I paint the actual green of the tree itself. So actually, I like that. I mean, we want this to get darker, certainly, but I like that. I think I'm actually going to use this same color and just go over. Yeah, I'm going to go over the water here. A little tricky using a big brush like this to do that, but I will do some touching up and stuff around here, but I think that's okay for right now. So I have to let this dry, and then I'm going to do probably another, I might even do the whole sky again with this color, especially down here it's a little bit patchy. And then do probably a third one where I just darken that area up top. And I know that seems like a lot of busy work, and I always think, you know, one of these days I'm going to do an episode where I try to paint these as fast as humanly possible without all of the steps that I sometimes do. Because I think that might be helpful for people to see the different ways. In fact, I might do my Zelensky portrait in that a little bit more of an impressionist, faster way as well. Okay, while that's drying, let's do the grass. Just gonna clean this off. So the grass I'm gonna do with, do I need any more of that green? I don't think so. So I'm gonna take my warm yellow this time. I'm just gonna put it right here. I don't care if I get some of this paint in there. And my warm blue. This is going to get us much more of a grassier green, right? Now, you know, maybe could have gone directly to this. I'm not sure. Oops. Let's go to... I don't know. It's just my personal... I really like the layering of paint. This is something that I didn't used to do when I was much younger. I really liked just going for the quick, fast, try to get it done, mix it all and do it once. And I guess I'm just, as I get older, I'm just like, let's take our time and build up to the builds. Do it sort of in a much more classical kind of approach. And then in the up here's the next thing. This is where it starts to get potentially very time consuming, because doing all of those little little leaves, let's sorry, just trying to think what's the fastest way to do this. It might be helpful to do a little bit of quick drawing on here. And I mean, I don't know, maybe I won't end up using this, but this just could, sometimes I find just when I'm trying to do large areas of darkening color that I sometimes just get a little bit overwhelmed. So now all of this was in the template. But yeah, I think that's good. I think I might leave these leaves like that for right now. And this is gonna take me a few minutes, but I think what I'm gonna do now is take this same green that I had, and I'm gonna paint around the leaves that I just sketched out. So they're not going to be super dark, but they are going to be slightly different. So that I can do another set of leaves that will have a slightly different color. I think this will all make sense later on. And I'm going quickly. Way more quick. This is very subtle. But I think one of the things in the original is that there's quite a lot of subtlety in the leaves in this tree. One gets the sense that there's lots of leaves that we can't quite see, unless we're like really looking carefully. And you know, that's just the way a tree actually is, right? You might see a number that kind of pop out and appear, you know, lighter or darker than the rest, but for the most part they're all kind of hidden within the volume of the tree. guess I'm too zoomed in for you to see most of what I was doing, but that's the story of my life. Okay, but essentially I've painted around, leaving some of the lighter area slightly visible. So I'll leave that for a moment. Now, sky, I'm just going to leave that sky for a few more minutes. And I'm going to do just a little bit more work down in the grass. So I'm going to take this color, a bit more of my cool yellow. Let's maybe take a little bit of white in here. And a little bit too subtle. So let's just do that again. Let's mix that over here. Now it's too intense, right? Which is just not surprising. I'm just going to try to give... That was not really in the original, but just the look of like some... a little bit of nuance in the background. So, I'm kind of doing this maybe towards the edges and where it meets the sky and the water, which will just kind of lighten them up, create a little bit more contrast with the background, with the sky, etc. Let's take a little bit of the cool blue and just mix this in here, maybe. I don't know. Why not? Mix it up with these colors. Take even more cool blue. This is... I'm not sure. Not sure, Michael. Not really sure what you're doing here, but just trying to get a little nuance to... Okay. Maybe I'll take this color and then going into these leaves. Let's zoom in. I'll just show you kind of almost like a shadow in the leaves on kind of like one side of the... I want to try to keep it consistent, that I'm doing the same thing everywhere. And obviously, I'm going quickly and not being particularly precise. Okay. And now I think I see these little bits of blue in here. I might take this and really, actually, in fact, I'm just going to do that over here. I'm going to take this color and I'm going to kind of outline everything with it. And I'm going to start expanding a little bit into the sky. Although, you know, I should have done the sky first, darn it. Okay. Well, you know, the sky's going to be a darker color anyway. So, you know what, I'm not going to expand into the sky. Scratch that. We'll just do this first. We are going to do an even darker color. Or at least I will. I don't know what you're going to do. So this layer is kind of a little sloppy still. Like a lot of the stuff, you know, a lot of my paintings for the first hour or two are pretty sloppy, and it's towards the end when I tighten things up. Because when I eventually put my darker color into this tree, that's going to take some time. We're going to really slow down dramatically there. And so I don't want to have to do that multiple times. I want to just do it once at the end. That's good for there. Do I want to do a little bit of this? Be careful not to overdo it. This is a pretty dry brush here, so. So now I'm going to just clean this brush off here. There's John says I gotta go. Thanks for the video. Good night. And all this is. Did you get the pictures I sent via Instagram? I haven't looked. To which I'm sure a few people are like, yeah, that's how he is. It takes him a few months to return a message. It's one of the, I feel like I don't know why it takes so long. There's so many things going on that Always running behind a few things, so my apologies. I'll take a look today after class. Let's see. Let's do the red. I think that'd be nice to get some pops of color going on in here now. So I think I'm ready to just take my... So, okay. Oh, you know what I was going to do? Finish the background, okay? Here I am like, let's do that. I'm like, okay, let's just stay on track. I'm like, oh, that's why I was cleaning that brush. That's right. Okay. So the sky. Let's finish this sky off. Okay, some more warm blue mixed in here. I'm just going to bring this right down. It keeps getting darker. I should have been blending it a little bit more, but I could still do that. I could still do it. I'm going to go darker at the top anyway. Gotta let that dry. I so wanted to move on. I'm gonna blow dry that. I'm gonna blow dry that so that I can finish my background. Oh, that's really nice. Okay, it's a Okay, so I was doing a little bit of painting while I was blow drying, just so that to help, again, keep things moving as quickly as possible. What I was just doing is just darkening, using the same color for the river as I was for the sky. I think I might actually lighten this up because I might have gone a little bit too far. So I'm just gonna do I'm gonna do one more pass of the same color, especially up higher, up here. And this is a really nice, deep blue up in the sky up here now. I'm just going to bring it right back down. And now we got a really nice solidity. Really nice. I'm not sure how it looks on camera, but it's got this really nice, deep, dark blue. Should not be painting it while it's drying like this. This is just absolutely stupid of me, but not good, not good, not good. What are you doing, Michael? I should. Pascal says that's how you get warm blue with the hair dryer. That's the kind of joke that I make that drive my wife absolutely crazy. That's that's the best kind of joke as far as I'm concerned. Okay. So I'm going to blow dry this again. I'm actually going to put a little bit of white back into this and blend that back up. It's just, you know, I was a little heavy-handed, so I just have to fix my mistake, right? Okay, so let's take some of our warm blue. Let's take some white. That's probably as much as I need. Let's take a little bit of cold blue. Even more of that. Some more white. And I'm going to use some glazing fluid. Just another brush just to kind of blend this in. Not my finest work, but partly it's because I'm putting way too much of this fluid on the canvas at one time, which makes it hard to blend with, because that's a bit better on that side. Let's clean that off here. So I'm going to blow dry that and maybe just do a little bit more. So I did the right side a little better than I did my left side. Ay. What's going on? Okay. Or maybe can I just leave it? Let me think about it. Let's blow dry it. I'm going to do just a bit more. Okay, I'm just going to move on. Otherwise, I'm just going to get obsessed with working on that little area, which no one will notice except me. So, let's paint. Man, I knew this was going to be a longer episode. So, we'll do the tree. I'm going to finish the tree. I'd like to be able to move on to the rest of the painting. So, let's do the dark part of the tree next. And so I'm going to take my dark color. Let's look here. So I'm just sort of looking at some of this up here. I want a kind of a green, but a very dark green. So let's take, in fact, maybe we'll keep it separate, but let's do this right down here. I'm going to mix more of that dark color. Good mixture of it. It's just basically a dark green, so I'm kind of, you can use whatever greens you want to get it there. It's kind of just a dirty mix of the greens that I had left, and then slowly darkening it until I get to the consistency I want. Right, and it might look like, it's not quite dark, but whoa, that's really dark. So now let's zoom in, and some of these little areas maybe where I was a little bit less precise, I think that will start to kind of maybe die away a little bit as we get into this part here. So how do we want to do this? You know, I think I'll do most of the leaves first, and then at the very end I'll come back and do the outer edges of the tree against the sky. I think that makes sense to me in this moment. And I was going to leave a few darker leaves in behind here, so I just have to sort of do that, like a little. I guess the baby monitor was on this whole time again. I have a habit of doing the... I guess our daughter was pretty quiet, sleeping soundly today. We went to the doctor to get her eyes checked. And they gave her those drops that make it hard to see in the daylight. But she's a champ, didn't complain. So just as we just see here, you know, mine's, again, kind of sloppy for the speed that I'm going at, but I'm trying to kind of leave a few areas where we have some darker leaves. Oh, our doctor... we took her to the doctor not because she was sick or anything. I just see your comment, Pascal. She's doing very fine, although I can hear her crying upstairs right now, but she just woke up from her nap. I appreciate your good wishes. Just all part of the constant cycle of doctors and appointments and everything that I've discovered as part of being a parent. So I'm sort of like, making leaves where I didn't draw them. I'm just, wherever there's sort of like big spaces, I'm just sort of painting them in, if I remember to do them in those spaces. And I could, if I'm not happy, I can also go back and paint leaves back in places where I missed. It's not a... honestly, if we wanted to go faster again, what I probably would have done would be to just paint this whole thing just green, this green right off the top. And then paint some white shapes of leaves, and then paint the green over top of the white shapes. And that would have worked pretty well. Like, it wouldn't have... in fact, the only downside is sometimes you see all the white underneath and it doesn't look quite as crisp. But this isn't looking super crisp either, right? So like, this is the kind of thing that if I was doing this, if this was my own painting and it was for sale, this might be the kind of thing I would take 2 or 3 days to do, as opposed to what, 20 minutes I've been working on it. So it's just, you're gonna get the quality out of a painting depending on how much time you spend on it. And all said and done, this is, when this is done, I'll be pretty happy with it. I don't think I'll be upset, but, I'll be like, I wish I spent more time on that. But then think, well, how much time was I willing to actually give to it? Do I really want to spend a week working on that? I don't know. So it looks a little bit choppy right now. But remember, that's the size of my pinky finger. That's the same, the size of her face. What do you really expect from yourself? Okay, so let's just making sure my hand is clean. I come out. I do kind of there is a little bit of a like halo effect around there. that I kind of like, but I'm gonna get rid of it. Ah! Oh my goodness, see there, my hand going all over the painting. Ugh. Okay, so just got a cloth with some water on it. Okay, that's okay. How did I? I'm trying, it might not appear so much, but to alter the direction of these so they're not all just pointing, radiating outwards, that they're radiating outwards, but not all just like a exclamation balloon from a cartoon or something, right? There's at least a slight variation here. Oops. And I'm sort of getting the hang of it by the time I get to the other side, and I don't so I think I'll go back over to the other side now that I've sort of figured my approach. And you can see, you know, on this side, it's, you know, and the bottom, we don't see those leaves like that. But I'm going to put them in there anyway, just because... just because I want to. But also I feel like because I'm kind of working quickly, I need every little trick in the book to make my painting look convincing. So add those little guys there, and I'm gonna come back. This side I kind of had these little round things there. Okay. Okay, so it's there. Excuse me. Pascal noticed the underarm a little bit green. Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, it's in the original, but just thinking about my own, right? A little bit. Thanks for keeping an eye out, Pascal. Okay. Let's just clean these brushes. I want to do a little bit more work on the hills and the grass, and then I'm going to move on and we'll finish the figures just because of how time is going. Lolly says you're being too hard on yourself. Ugh, the story of art is artists being too hard on themselves. Even though I tell myself or tell other people not to be hard on themselves, it's hard to not be, right? So let's take. I think I still have some of this brown. This is my. I might need to make a bit more of it. Warm yellow. Warm red. And do I have any warm blue left? Make a dark brown. I guess I'll use these for the boots, I think. But I want to use this for these cliffs. In fact, just gonna soak that up a little bit. I'm gonna use this brown actually for the tree, and then I'm gonna add a little bit of white into this brown. So you know what, this is a little bit too dark. Let's go a bit lighter. Take this brown, put a lot more yellow into it. And now I can kind of just clean up a little bit of some of the sloppiness of paint strokes that have gone over top of this brown. Like in the sky. So originally I was going to use this for the cliffs, and then I thought, you know what, if I have that same brown that I'm about to put on the tree, then the cliffs and the tree, they can't have exactly the same color, because then there's going to be a weird confusion for the viewer of like, wait a second, I thought that's so weird, because those cliffs look like they're not quite so far away. So I want to use a slightly different brown for the cliffs than I do for this tree. And I might come back there and just touch that up a little bit afterwards as well. Okay. Oh yeah, so I was going to let's take the same brown that I did mix up earlier. Just take a little bit of white and add it to it. That way it's just going to be a little bit more muted, as if there's a bit of atmosphere. What am I doing in this area here? Okay, let's try to get this right, Michael. just... Let's just fix that. We'll let this dry for a second, and then we'll come back to it. Okay. Maybe let's maybe I do want to do a little bit more with this water down here, and then I'm going to move on entirely. I'm going to take this color that I used for the sky, maybe a little bit more blue. I'm a little worried that this blue might be a bit dark, considering the I do want to have a really nice bright blue here, ultramarine blue. So we'll have to see how everything unfolds. Worst comes to worst, I can always just mute that a bit. It's definitely much darker than that. Okay. I want to see where my horizon line is here. It's 5 1/4 inches. Technically, that's that's straight. It doesn't. It looks slightly. I think it dips in the center here. Yes, it does quite a lot, actually. So that's just like a little thing that drives me bonkers sometimes in my own paintings. Is sometimes later on I'm looking at it and I'm like, what is going on with that horizon? Or something, it's crooked or whatever. So if you can solve that now, then that's all the better. Okay, so I think there's going to be little things I want to do down in the grass later on. But I think I'm ready to move on to the foreground here. Dawn is gone for the night. Hope your neck feels better. Okay, so now let's work on the figures in the foreground. And there's might be a little bit of tinkering I want to do in the background, but for the most part, I'm pretty happy. Like, if I have to walk away from it at this point, I'd be like, okay, well, I did what I could in the period of time that I had. So, for the foreground, I think what I'll do is I'm just going to paint some pretty large colors. I might do a little bit more painting on the flesh tones, where like the arms, hands, feet are. So let's just get right into it. First thing I want to do is I'm going to paint just some bold reds and blues. I'm a little concerned here. I might actually got a bit of this red that's got a bit of white in it. I'm gonna paint back over, just because I had a bit of the of color, you know, blues and things here that, like, the background had kind of overlapped a bit. So I'm going to take care of that right now. I think that's okay. It's going to make a huge difference. If I just try paint red over those areas, it's I'll see, if anything, those little pieces of blue that came over top of her dress there would really become very apparent. you know, which would be quite frustrating. Oops, I just wiped that away. Okay, so I'm just going to take red right out of the tube. Just realized that's some of our brown hair. Here we can fix that. Oh, it looks so nice. Get that big, bright red finally coming in. Because everything has been pretty faded for a while here, right? Is a darker. Oh, you know, let's. Is that dry? I'm just gonna hit this with the blow dry real quick. And then the tree, we've got these apples. I wonder, what if we put a little bit of... So let's zoom in just so you can see what I'm up to. In fact, let's go to a smaller brush. Okay. I'm getting there. So for her dress down here, just going to take a little bit of my darker color, mix some red in here, and just get a bit of a, oops, sorry. I just took some of the darker color that I had mixed up. This is my cool blue, warm red, and cool yellow. I just added it into my warm red so that I could get, oops. Okay. Let's do the boots now. So we need a brown. And while this looks kind of brown, I think, you know, we just a few minutes ago we mixed this brown. We need more of it though. Let's take some warm yellow, warm red. And I think for me that's good. There's already, because of what to get to that color, if you don't have it, it's just warm yellow, warm red, and a little bit of warm blue. The more blue you put in there, the darker that's going to get. But I think for my purpose, that's what I need. So I don't need to add any more blue because there's already that paint already there. And one foot here sort of seems to be look a little bit bigger than the other. That's kind of funny to me. I could... Do I want to play with that? Let me think about it. How noticeable is that? With some green, we can get rid of it. So I'll let that dry, and let's just think about it. I do see, now that I'm zoomed in, you can see there's a lot of outlining done with the same brown. So I'm gonna do a little bit of that on the basket here. Now I may alter this color of the, like, not the color I'm painting right now, but of the baskets. As I get closer to the end there, I might have a something might occur to me. So I'm happy painting it a little bit bigger than it needs to be, those outlines. Let me just see, is there... Those outlines, he's got some of these on the arm here. So these lines appear much thicker at the moment, but they'll get a little bit thinner shortly. Okay. Because, you know, like one of the tricks that I use is I make those lines a little bit thicker, and then I paint lines or color over top of that shape. And then I can get really thin lines, thinner than, you know, I could paint it with a very, very tiny brush, but it might be the kind of thing that would be painstaking to do. Do I want to use this same color in the tree, I think, as well? Maybe to do a tiny little outline on the tree itself. Now, it's going to be very similar color to what's already there, but maybe just a little bit different enough that you're just going to give this tree just a bit more nuance. Very subtle little hint, and I could do just darker or lighter on the other side, depending. Okay. That shoe, to fix that, let's see, well, maybe I could take some of this green here with some white. Brown is still a little wet, so gotta wait for that to dry. While I've got this on here, I'm just gonna use it elsewhere. Okay. That's coming. That's coming along. Now that I've got this paint, and I just think, I could do a little bit, some small leaves up here. That's good. I think I like that a lot. Okay. So I want to put these leaves not just also on the outside, but I'll sneak a few closer in. Just got to be careful I don't overdo it, but this also just kind of breaks up some of those, some of these areas just got really thick without any leaves in there, and that makes a huge difference. Very subtle, but all of a sudden, there was parts of this tree up here that was leaving me kind of unsatisfied, and pulling some leaves back in, I think has been good. Okay, and of course I can clean things up and I can delete things if I'm not happy. Let's do just one more right over here and then I'll move on. Now there is kind of some lighter grass that I see kind of down here, but I might do that, save that to the very, very end if necessary, right? just too long as well, so let's just... There we go. Water on my brush. You know, it's funny, like, as I work on a painting like this, there's so many things I think, like, you know, if I was to do this painting again, I would do da 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 da. And every painting is like that, where you sometimes just have these constant realizations of a different way that would have worked better, that would have been faster, and I think, you know, it's kind of frustrating to realize those things, but as long as you're realizing those things and that you can think about using them in the future, then that's just a great experience. And you're just like, oh, okay, well, you know, next time I do it, I'll just do this a little bit differently. You know, it's the same sort of thing, like if you're cooking and you make something, a batch of muffins that are too sweet or salty, or, I don't know, have too many nuts or whatever, you just think, oh, you know what, I think next time I do this, I'm going to use walnuts instead of almonds or something. It doesn't mean that batch of muffins is bad. Just like, oh, I think now that I've done it, I think I can think of a better way I would do it next time, and that's good. That's a good. It's good to have those experiences, not bad, because you're learning. And if I think every minute we're alive is a learning experience, and if we're able to be somewhat self-reflective and learn about learn about our experience, then it's all good. It's all good. Okay, let's just take a look at these side by side. You know, we're getting there. Again, that looks, on camera, this looks so emerald bright. It's not nearly that way in person. Now, I don't know if it actually looks like that on what you see on your computer or television at home. It just, for me, it's like, whoa, that's really bright. I don't know if I've got the saturation cranked up on my cameras or what, but so I think the next step is, let's put some of the blue, really nice, bright, ultramarine blue. We've been looking forward to this. So this is just right out of the tube. And we'll put this on the clothing. Now it is, like, my worry was that this was going to be a little bit too close to the water. So we'll probably have to go into that water and just modify it a little bit. I am just gonna, you see there's like a little halo here below. I might just leave that for right now and see. It kind of might, it might end up being okay. So we'll let that stay. Here, let's do a little bit of a slightly faded color. So where should we mix this? We'll do this right down here. I'm going to take a bit of white, mix a small gray, and bring this into this ultramarine blue. So again, we're mixing with gray, not black nor white, right? Gray is is a tone, right? So remember in one of our first classes we talked about tints, tones, and shades, right? We're probably most used to tinting a color by adding white to it. And we're probably also quite used to throwing shade by mixing black into a color, but probably the least used technique is tone, is adding gray to a color. And yet, it's one of the most useful ways to modify a color. It's used probably most commonly in landscape painting. You do a lot of at least in like kind of photorealist landscape painting, you see a lot of gray mixed in, because gray really helps us give some depth and atmosphere. But in this instance, I'm using that gray to give it this kind of worn denim color. Looks a little bit patchy. I think I'll just have to wait for that to dry. In fact, I'm just going to blow dry it. Let's just speed this whole process up. Okay. I got a bit of orange in here, which is going to make this go a little bit gray. I don't mind that though. Oops. Of course not on camera. Yeah, it's okay. So let's back that out there because those colors are quite, you know, nice and bold and really brighten things up. It was kind of looking pretty pale there for a while, those first few layers of paint. Let's see, time for a bit of tea. I leave my tea bag, and I've got tea steeping here for the past 3 hours. I love strong tea. You know, it's like when I go to those coffee shops and they insist on, you know, brewing the tea behind the counter, and they got a little timer. I'm like, you guys, if you're gonna do that, I'm gonna go for a walk and come back in an hour. Because I want my tea to, you know, it's like, I want it to be dark, like tar. Which would probably offend the Queen, but I don't think she's ever asked for my opinion anyway, so she could probably care less about how I make my tea, right? Okay. Let's, I guess, you know, at this point, we really have maybe a little bit of the fabric and the flesh. The fabric and the flesh. Sounds like the biography of Rembrandt. Fabric and flesh. Okay. So we want to make another skin tone. So we're going to make another brown, because I guess we could use, you know what, I think we'll just have to do it from scratch. And this paint is looking pretty dead. Let's see if we get any life left out of it. So this is my warm yellow. A little bit of warm red. You want really primarily yellow. Let's take a little bit of blue. That's where we want to get to. Let's see, do I have any of this warm yellow from the start? Is this a bad idea? It's going to be kind of watery, Michael. And then some white paint. Okay, if it's like that, I think we just need a little bit more red, just to give it a little bit more of a peachier color. Not bad. I think it just needs more white. Okay. Not bad. Okay, let's go down to a smaller brush, because now we're starting to kind of refine. Oops. Right, again, I just want to take a look at my original outline. Now that I'm painting over top of all of the lines that I did for the background, I can really clean this up. I'm kind of debating, do I want to do this or just sort of leave it a little bit patchy? I don't mind this little patchiness there, so I might just, we'll see. Apples and such. So I just want to do a little bit of the apples. Probably should have done the apples when I did the ones above, but you know, it is what it is. The apples in the trees, I should have done that all at once, but I knew this was going to take some time. Okay. Well, I've got this gray. I'm going to go back into this, actually darken it even more. Give some separation from the background. That was really important for me to do that. I think that really helped. That's good. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna take that slightly darker color. I might as well just use it as almost a slight shadow at the top of her shirt there. Okay. I think I'm going to end up having to do a bit of touching up with the grass just so that I can fix the feet a little bit, just like I did with her feet. So that'll be coming down the pipeline shortly. Oops. So now I'm going to take some white. I think this is some white here. And I got a little bit of matte medium. Just touching up the clothing ever so slightly. Just a little bit more, slightly more white. There's still a little bit of the yellow coming through, which you know that I like that, but it was getting, there's some colors that were intruding back over top from my own sloppiness. And if there's an area that I feel like needs actual solid white, I'm just going to get a bit of that on my brush. Oh, I keep forgetting to do her brown hair. Okay, let's do that right now. Some leftover brown, just warm brown, warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue. I think that needs to be darker. But I'll just leave that for now. We'll build up to that. Let's take this brown, and I want to do this area right up in here. So let's zoom in. Okay, and let's do, just want to get a little bit of this orange that's in her kind of shawl there, head covering the wrap. Okay. So, are we ready to do some fingers and facial features? I think we can use, is this brown still good? Is it kind of getting a little bit blobby. That's okay. It looks like he's used that same, in fact, let's zoom in. Oops. You know what? I better blow dry everything. Just because everything's, you know, it's accidents happen when you're close to home, right? Okay. Now you'll see I've made a change to the hand up here because the way that he painted it seemed really awkward to me. So I know that's sort of sacrilege, you know, like, but you know, looking at it now, I kind of understand a little bit more. Like, this is the thumb, obviously, and these are the fingers in behind, and this thumb should be on in front of this apple here, but the way that it's painted, originally when I drew it, I actually sort of drew the palm coming in front of the, anyway, long story short, I'm doing it a little bit different. Because that makes better sense to me personally. So there's, in fact, I'm just actually going to do, I was going to do this later, but let's do it right now. Just clean my brush off, get a little bit of blue he's using. So I'm just going to take some of the blue that I used for down here. I think this is actually quite clever. blue. Like that. We're going to put some white and everything there shortly. I'm going to take a little bit of red in my orange that I was using up here. And just get her lips a little bit more red. And actually, you know, while I'm right here, I'm gonna do her necklace here. This. Do I want to do 3 rows of this? I might do 2. I guess I could, well, let's see. Thumb might be a little bit big. We'll come back and clean that up. This is one of these paintings where it's like, you know what, I'm going to be here until it's done. Might as well do it right. This is something that's really important to me, so however long it takes me to finish it, I think it's going to be quite satisfying to... This is such a, you know, important artist, or at least such an important artist's family, and I really think Tymofiy is like, this image I just think is so cool, so iconic, that and being such a kind of important part of my own cultural heritage, that unlike some other paintings where I'm like, let's just crank it out and get it finished, I feel like, it's not going to hurt me to do a little bit longer. Everyone's painting away. Lots of people watching. Few comments, which is usually a good thing. That means people are painting machines. I love the look of this woman here. Like, what is the relationship between these two women? You know, she's kind of got this slightly, you know, like that downward cast gaze, like she can't look her in the eyes. What is the story? It's like, somebody's the feeling she's done something she's a little bit afraid to tell her friend about. You know that guy I told you I would never see ever again? On Friday, well, and her friend's like, oh, I don't want to hear about it, just keep picking those apples. I told you he was bad news. Get a bit more red on my brush. Let's come back to the brown, do a little bit more outlining, get her fingers done, then we'll do the toes and we'll put some blush. Before I move on, I'm going to put some of this white onto the eyes. I'm going to take a little bit of blue because I don't want it to just be purely white, and that was a little bit too much blue. Let's take some white. Ah! Too much blue. Let's try that again. Ooh, where did all this water came off of? Somewhere. Have to touch that up. There's always little touch-ups. It never ends. Okay. take our dark color. That's really watery paint. Okay, let's see if I can. Let's try that again. Given the limitations of the scale, you know, it's not bad. Like, it doesn't quite capture her gaze, but, you know, there's just only so much you can do with a painting this size, right? Okay. I keep dropping paint onto my canvas. I'm going to use this same paint to do the opposite. I'm going to do kind of blue beads here. I know it's not technically what we see in the original, but I'm pretty happy with that, actually. It's not bad. Okay, I was gonna do some of the apple stuff, but I want to get these feet done, because I think once I get the figure mostly completed, or the figures completed, then I can really focus on little minor details. So I'm just going to take, again, this brown, warm yellow, warm red, warm blue, and I'm going to keep this nearby because I like the way that I drew these feet. Maybe come on. Oh my goodness, I feel like an ordeal getting there. got a little bit wide, that foot, but well, Bigfoot feet here. Okay. Okay. Getting there, folks. Getting there. Little by little. Piece by piece. What needs to be done. I actually don't know if I need to do much around these toes than I thought I might have to earlier, but let's just see. Just taking, I mean, there's really very little paint left here, just scraping the barrel. Yeah, it might be good enough for government work. Okay, I think maybe the last few things that I want to do is a little bit of line work on the clothing, and then, oh, the checkerboard. That I can do. Let me just think about how I want to approach that. So let's do in fact, here. Okay, so let's do our finishing touches. I'm going to do things like adding a little bit of blush to the faces, I think. Some line work on the clothing. I might do a little bit of the grass in the ground, the baskets. So just tiny little things, little details that may or may not need to be done, but just as we get closer and closer to being done, those are things in my mind. Okay, so let's do the fabric. Okay, and this is, I think that's, this is some white with some matte medium from a long time ago. And if we look at this, we just see, this is sort of the little wrinkles that I want to just put on the clothing. So I'm just going to take some of the blue, in fact, maybe just a little bit of blue. This paint has been sitting on the palette for like an hour or more, and it's a little bit tacky. So the amount of blending I'll be able to do is negligible. But, I'm not really sure I want to do too much anyway. Like just super subtle. I'm just going to actually go right to some white here because I need something a little bit more opaque. Oops. Excuse me. Holy smokes, that snuck up on me. Let's just do this properly. Let's get some white. And come on, disappear. dry that. Okay, now I'm going to go back to the color that I was using there, this light blue, and actually too, these are kind of like little wrinkles of the fabric over top of this belt. So. I'm just going to blow dry that again. Let's actually I'm gonna leave that. Before I mix another color, let's do her clothing on the other side here. And then let's do a little bit on, actually let's start on the left side here. Okay, I'm going to take this same color that I've just been painting with for a while, and I'm just going to take like a microscopic amount of darker color, my black. Might not seem like much, but when we're doing these like little subtle details, that's what it's all about, right? Those tiny little infinitesimal variations. Okay. Getting there. So, one of the things that I notice, especially when I zoom in, is the detail in the, or on camera at least. I can see my dark lines there, but they're really hard to see. So I'm going to take my warm red and a little bit of my dark black color, mix these together, and just do what I was just doing in the white, but just doing this in the red now. Let's give her this brown hair that we see. And you know, I'm going to take this same color that I'm just using. It's this dark red. I'm going to outline some apples. In these baskets. Oops. So it looks obviously a little bit different than that, but you know, now these baskets don't bother me so much. I feel like they're well on their way. I think that's fine. You know, I could just don't know. I mean, there is little things of grass. Maybe I'll do a bit of that. Do I want to do the blush? I think I should do the blush. But I think I need to wait for that to dry, all the stuff I did on the face. So let's do a little bit of grass stuff. Let's take some of the warm yellow and white, although I probably want mostly white. Not bad, actually. I think this color will be more than fine. This is a little bit different color than what he used. So obviously as I get further away into the background, the grass is going to be smaller, right? And I don't need to paint it everywhere. In fact, I'm kind of going to be careful here. Oh my goodness. Time is just flying, isn't it? Let's do... I'm going to take a bit of magenta. We haven't used any magenta in this whole painting. yeah, I was gonna circle it with something, but you know, let's just. I think that's enough. Okay. I'm gonna these leaves down here. Now that I've done them, I need to complicate it just a little bit. Take a little bit of just a different green, darker green. Even darker green. Okay. So just little touch-ups here and there. Let's take our dark blue and our darkest color, just get even darker. People are probably like tuning in like, he's still going, my goodness. Okay. Oh, the blush. That was the last thing. Do I really need to do it? What is this? I think this is some matte medium all by itself. Let's take a tiny bit of red. Even just gonna wipe it off my brush just so that I have barely any. Looks like there's some white in there. Don't want that white. Okay, so let's just blow dry this. Okay, so this time I'm just going to use some glazing fluid. Is there any... Let's put this... a little dab of it there. Oops. So some glazing fluid. Just a little bit of warm red. This appears to be a lot. Let's just... very subtle. I'm not even sure if that shows up on camera. I'm just going to blow dry this and just do maybe a little bit more in the center. Soften those edges. Again, I'm not sure how much any of this shows. I think it shows up a little bit more on camera on that one, which is, that's fine. I want it to be subtle. So let's just blow dry that real. Do I want to do the pattern on the on the checker pattern? I've come so far, I might as well. You know, it's been forever I've been on doing this, but Let's draw this. I'm gonna maybe make it a little bit bigger so it's not quite so hard on myself. Again, I'm not sure if you can see those, but I'm just trying to think of where to start this. Okay, so you can see I've just drawn that little grid on there. Now let's, I think I could probably just get away with the paint, this sort of darker red that I used over here. And so if I need to, let's make a little bit more of it. Just warm red and my dark color again. I don't think I have to go too dark for this to work. And, oops, that's a big gob on there. Now it does look like there's actually I was gonna say that I think there's more than just two reds in his. Yikes, that's a little bit darker. Well, it's okay if there's a few places that are a bit darker. Okay, again, that's kind of a little contrasty on camera, but so I think to do this, I'm just going to use a Posca pen, which is going to help. So if you haven't used one of these, it's called a Posca pen, or by Uni Posca pen, and it's an acrylic paint pen, and they're super helpful for doing small details that you can use a brush for. But this is just gonna, you know, I've been painting for 5 hours. My legs are tired, so I'm just gonna use this. So let's, I want to blow dry this because I don't want to get any wet paint on the tip of the pen. Okay, so let's just double check that this is indeed working. I could just take... And I guess let's start up at the top here. Somewhere, Timothy's like looking down going, oh my goodness, I wish I had that tool. Can you imagine how much time that would have saved me? Painting all those little white lines. So I'm gonna blow dry this because then I want to just go over top of those edges because there's a little bit of it's super subtle, but I just. Okay, I just want to quickly, do I got a brown left? No brown, oh, there's a little bit of brown left on the palette. Maybe take a bit of my darker color brown. Awesome. Don't tell me if there's anything that I haven't done here. I don't want to hear. I gotta walk away. Okay. Whew. This one took a long time, but I'm really happy with it. So. There's been a few that have taken me a long time that I haven't been very happy with, so it's always nice to have one that turns out as expected, or as you'd want, right? Okay, so let's oh, okay, of course that just crashed. Take a second here. Clean. Oh, you know what? Before I even... Okay, that's finally finished. Okay. So let's do our side-by-side comparison, and so we can wrap up for tonight. Before we go, just as a reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. We're going to be doing a special April Fool's Day episode tomorrow. We're painting Kramer from Seinfeld, a famous image from the television series, if you're old enough to remember what Seinfeld was. And take a photograph of the painting you did, upload it to the Facebook group. On Saturday, we're going to be looking at all the great artwork that you've made. If you felt today's episode was interesting enough to give the $1 price of a cup of coffee, that helps keep all of this machinery up and running. So let's take a look at these paintings side by side, and let's zoom in a bit. Okay. I'm pretty happy with the way this one turned out. There are obviously differences. It's a little bit more saturated in color. After all of the layers of stuff that I did in the sky, it's okay. It's still a little bit patchy. I would have liked it to have been a little bit more smooth, but I wasn't really sure of how I wanted to approach it until I was doing it. And then all of a sudden I was like, you know, if I was to do this again, I would have had that sky done in 5-10 minutes rather than, what, 20 minutes of layering and trying to figure out the best way to do that. I do see little things in the tree here that I probably would do a little bit different. But, you know, again, I could have painted this whole tree one big dark green blob and then painted all of the leaves light colors on top of it, like I did with some of the ones that I did afterwards. That would have worked. It could also have taken maybe just about as long to do. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, every painting's got little things in there that you wish you did differently, but ultimately, this feels quite satisfying. I feel like I got to, you know, make a painting by an artist I really like, whose work I think is fantastic. Let's just kind of do a little close-up here. Oops, the other way. Again, you'll notice the hand, I changed position there because it made more sense to me personally. You know, that seems ridiculous to to make an alteration, and but I think that turned out okay. Let's just sort of zoom down. Gave her some toenails. Let's go over here. Yeah, considering there was some difficulties with the feet, I think I managed to do that and sort of disguise a little bit where I muddled it up a bit. Let's go up. And yeah, I'm not too but yeah, that's okay. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me for painting along with me. and for taking a look at one of Ukraine's great artists, a great artistic family. We'll take a look at his brother Mihailo, depending on the way you want to pronounce it, at a future episode. Slava Ukraine, and good night, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll see you guys tomorrow, and until then, be safe, everyone. Peace on earth, especially best of wishes to those in Ukraine right now, fighting the good fight on behalf of fellow Ukrainians like myself. Thank you so much, and good night, everyone. We'll talk to you all very soon.